Okay, let's get started on this, shall we? Hey there, strangers. It's time for another 2 p.m. PC Twitch stream. I'm your host, Strangebro Jim, and today we're going to be getting back into my series, Finish What I Started. Today we're going to be tackling the web page that I started but never finished. So, um, a little bit of background on it. If you're not familiar, um, the web page is supposed to be all about philanthropy. Um, the you know uh, I was going through some hard times. I saw some people on Twitter, expressing the same kind of problems. There were some philanthropists trying to help out um, individuals on Twitter, trying to set up, um, you know, linking, uh, GoFundMe's and the like to try to handle, um, uh, to try to handle all uh, you know, the the help that they needed. And I was at that time thinking, well, you know, GoFundMe's are just a small facet of what you can, you can kind of do, you can kind of go to help out people. There's others that could use a hand as well. Such as me that was like looking for work at the time. Um, you know, there were streamers that could use a little bit more backing, that could use a little bit more help. Um, People looking for sponsorships maybe. There was various things that people could try to get some. Um, there's multiple facets of what a person can get help with. So um, I thought that if I could create a web page that could kind of consolidate all that information all in one spot where everybody can just kind of go to put down all their information as to what they need help with, then you can actually have people coming in and saying, "Hey, I can help out. Who needs help?" So, um, so the so that was the idea for it. So I started trying to build it a little bit, but at the time I was basically there was one there was one group that was basically advertising, "Hey, we'll give you a discount for creating a WordPress web page, and we'll give you um, some help on building it." And I'm like, "Great, I could use the help. I mean, I've created web pages before. I mean, web pages, um, but obviously, I'm a programmer at heart. I don't necessarily have a great eye when it comes to design. Um, so trying to um, trying to get the um, trying to figure out what I wanted to kind of do on the web page, what needed to be done, how to go about doing it, was all kind of foreign. especially for the complexity that I wanted to have for the web page. So, um, I tried to reach out and say, hey, give me some help. I could use some help. I'm looking for someone that can kind of help me through this process. And all I got were people saying, hey, for this fee, we'll build it for you. I'm like, I don't want someone to build it for me. I want someone to kind of work with me on it, to build it up to a point where, um, I have a hand in its creation. So, but no one came along those lines. So, um, but then, and unfortunately, it got shelved. So this is my attempt to uh, get my ass in gear and get it working. So, um, but before we continue on into that, I just want to let you know that I also did create, from this series, finish what I started. Um, I created a stream team. It's available for anyone that streams or doesn't stream. Pretty much anyone that can breathe. Um, just go to my application page. It's down below on my Twitch about, and go, fill out the application. There's a document there that basically explains what the team is all about. Check it out. See if it's something that you can agree with, and submit your application. I'll check it out, and uh, if everything looks good, then I don't see any. I don't really see any major issues if if there are any. So you'll be receiving an email from me if everything works out okay. So let's go ahead. I need to get some background music for myself going so my headset doesn't shut down on me. And sorry, no, I can't play the music. I've gotten hit with copyright strikes before, so um, so apologies on that. Um, and even non-copyrighted music, I've gotten hit with copyright strikes with as well, even though I've checked out uh, non-copyrighted playlists. I still get hit with I still get hit with copyright claims. I once played a non-copyrighted playlist and got hit with like 6 different copyright claims, and I'm like, okay, well, that's a thing. So, okay, everything looks to be relatively in order. So, um, let's go ahead and get this started. Okay, so um, here's the web page that I've been working on. So it's nowhere near done. Um, what I'm trying to work on right now is the database behind my givers and receivers. Now, for those of you that might not be aware, if you're watching it for the first time, um, the um, I have basically 2 categories. Uh, Receivers are those that need help. Okay, they might have a GoFundMe. They might have some home loans or car loans that they need help with, or hospital bills or credit card bills, so on and so forth. Okay. Um, and then you have the people that can help out. Okay. Whether it's financially or um, maybe they have a business that they can um, hire an extra worker or two, or um, maybe they want to help out a particular charity, what have you. Okay, and um, bear in mind that um, I'm going to open up the um, I'm going to allow for the givers to also be a receiver in a way. Um, like for example, um, a giver might be like own a business, for example, so they might be able to help out with um, job placements. But at the same time, they may want people to kind of help them out on a particular charity. So they might be a receiver and list out their particular charity that they like to go with. You know, so um, but uh, all this information obviously needs to be stored away in a database. Um, the login screens, I believe, WordPress can kind of has like special apps to kind of handle that. So um, the login might not be needed that much, but we're still going to need to kind of have specific forms for them to fill out. What areas are they in need of? What do they need help with? Um, so I'm gonna have to kind of arrange that a little bit more. Now, the I don't want to store any like major critical data like credit card information um, or social security numbers or anything along those lines. Okay, that's not the main purpose of this. Okay, um, I see this as a not-for-profit company, but I haven't created one before, so hence the reason why I'm still fairly new at all this. So I'm probably going to be making some mistakes along the way, and so if anyone comes in and says, "Hey, you need to kind of do it this way, other than more than that way," then I welcome any constructive criticism that you can give. Okay, if there's something that you feel that I should work more on, then let me know. Um, if you give me something like, "Boy, this site sucks," that's not constructive. Don't do that. So, um, okay, so um, last time around we were working on the database template, meaning um, I know WordPress, I know that WordPress has a database system in there. Okay, the fact that they have, um, you know, they're normally set to be more of a blog than anything else. You know, it's gonna have to store all that information for the blog. I get that, but at the same time, it's still a little bit more. It's still flexible to allow me um, to create this web page accordingly. So we're going to continue doing that. Um, now, um, I'm at the point where I feel like I've created enough of the tables to get what I need to do. What you're looking at right now is the receiver tables, and then you have the receiver tables. Now, um, I'm still gonna need to work on both of these, more because there's details on these that I want to make sure um, that I take care of. That like I was modifying the receiver for foreign keys last time, for example. So, um, I need to make sure that everything is, um, perfectly fine set up along those lines, and we can kind of move on. Uh, we'll see. We'll see what we can do from there. Um, Again, like I said, if you see something here that you're kind of curious about, or if you're like scratching your head as to why I'm doing it, then let me know. Um, but um, to give myself a little bit of water here. Don't have much. Oh well. Forgot to stock up. Forgot to stock up on the water. Okay. Um. So let's get started on this, shall we? Um. So we were kind of working on the foreign keys, and I believe I took care of the majority of them last time around. Um, okay. Primary keys. Um, let's see. Foreign keys. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm gonna do. I had um, I had something before concerning the um, an idea of what I can do to um, like keep track of my progress last time around. I think I'll go ahead and try to do that again so that I can, um, basically state, which ones I still need to work on and the like. So give me a second while I kind of recreate this again. Which one of these I still need to kind of work on a little bit more. You know, I'm gonna just kind of go table by table and make sure that I'm set up properly. Now, obviously, I'm not the best when it comes to database, um, as you probably could see. Um, but so if there's something that you feel like, hey, Jim, you need to change this into that, let me know. Uh, Now, one of the things that you might be wondering about is um, why am I using medium int? Well, um, I don't have a ton of um, memory space when it comes to the database, so I want to try to limit as much of the um, storage as I possibly can. I need to kind of you know uh, until it starts getting to a point where this website can actually start like paying for the website itself, um, and allow for it to expand a little bit more, then I can just change these back into ints and not worry about it. But um, I'm just trying to keep things a little bit um, manageable, I guess you might say. Um, try to limit as much of the data usage as I can, while still trying to keep it fairly usable for whoever comes to the website. So, okay, so let's go ahead and start at the very top here. Now, um, we have the primary key. I don't need to worry about not null or unique when it comes to the primary key. We're using medium int for the ID value on it. Is there anything else that I might need for for primary key information? Um, so database primary key. What should I search for? Mistakes, maybe? Um, 5 common database development mistakes. Sure, let's look into that. Um, um, calculation is any meaning for primary keys, sequentially and randomly generated by the database upon row insertion, never changed except under the most unusual circumstances. Sequentially or randomly generated? Oh, sequentially I can understand, but randomly generated? Okay. Um, um, some developers like to turn everything into a relationship. Go away. Never turn anything into a relationship. There's a middle ground unless you have a special scenario like working with a data warehouse. Um, Data is shared among multiple rows and change in one should affect all the other rows moved to another table. Customers of catalogs should be split off from their orders, for example. Right. Now this um, doesn't really give me much in terms of the primary key. Um, Primary key and foreign key errors to avoid. Let's see. Yeah, I'll take your cookies. And I'll be deleting them once the screen closes down anyway, so. um, okay. Combination attributes should be minimal. Table most one primary key and only should have one. Um, hmm. Again, not much there. Or not much that feels like maybe I'm perfectly fine with the primary key. Hmm. Maybe I'm not maybe I'm looking too far into it. Um, mm, Not sure. Okay, um, maybe I need to do a different Google search. Best practices. Prefer numeric type because numeric types are stored compact format. The character formats should never change. Let's see. Okay. Follow feed rules. Primary keys should be small as necessary. Should never change, right? Uh, Model primary key, for example, password number, as these primary keys can change in real world situations. Right, okay. Um, Natural keys small will never change. I use natural keys large and likely to change. I use surrogate keys. If there's no primary key, I still make a surrogate key because add tables to your schema and wish you'd put a primary key in place. Um, da, 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 Let's see. Um, okay. Let's see. Um, let's see. Hmm. Why are they? Oh, they're pointing to the fact that this is the foreign key there. So, um, primary key, foreign key to cost center, foreign key to cost element. Why would you do something like that? Um, Weird. Okay. Well, um, not sure why they did that, especially when you already have foreign keys to cost center and cost element there. Shouldn't this be a foreign key to company? Hmm. Again, it's one of the reasons why I often feel like I'm lacking when it comes to database design. Okay, let's see. Find key or primary key examples. Um, well, that doesn't give me any examples. What the hell? Um, Again, no good examples on that. What the hell? Okay, let me change up the database here. Vehicle code examples. There we go. Um, Let me look here. Okay. But why would you put in not null in there? Primary key doesn't need not null. At least I thought that was the case. Hmm. Yeah, let's move to another tab here. SQL primary key. Um, Fortunately, I'm getting all the um, tutorial sites. Um, let's see. Okay, let's see. Yeah, primary keys will not allow null values. So just putting not null in there wouldn't um, is pointless. Why include it when the primary key already states that it can't be null? It's redundant. It's redundant information. You don't need it. Why include it? If it's a combination not null and unique, why include it in your code? Sometimes I confuse myself. it's weird, you know. He, on one hand, you see they're talking about the fact that you don't need null for the primary key. And then you see code that does the exact opposite of what they're saying. What's the purpose of not null when you don't need it? That's what's kind of throwing me off about it. It's like, why put it in if you don't need it? If the primary key constraint is already saying that it can't be null, why specify it? I don't know. I mean, if you have an answer to that question, if you're watching right now and you know the answer to that question, please feel free to let me know. Um, but so far, it's like these guys are pretty much countering um, what they're talking about. Let's see. Let me try to do it this way here. Um, SQL why include not null with primary. Um, create tables with primary keys with or without null, not grasp possible difference. Why do all use not null for creating primary? Okay. Um, According to the SQL specification, primary keys cannot contain null. This means decorating a column with either not null primary key or just primary key should do the same thing. But you're relying on the SQL engine in question correctly following the SQL standard. As an example, due to an early bug, SQLite does not correctly implement the standard and allows null values in non-integer primary keys. See SQLite. That would mean for at least SQLite, the two statements do two different things. As not null primary key clearly indicates intent continues to enforce non-null values even if the primary key is removed. Should be preferred syntax. I gotcha. Okay. So while primary key might state that it should not contain null, some particular engines might not follow that particular standard. Why? Why would an engine not follow this particular standard? Uh, okay, well, whatever. Uh, Maybe they have some special reason why they want null primary keys. Um, Maybe there's some methodology that they're that they added into their particular engine that can help themselves out with no primary keys. I don't know. We'll see. Um, okay, so if that's the case, that we're kind of reliant on, um, a, engine's definition, then I should probably include not null in our primary keys then. So, I don't know. I wanted to make sure that I didn't cause any kind of problems with that little glitch out there. Felt like I was copying and deleting something, so I was like, let's do an undo real quick and make sure that we are clear on that. Okay. So for anyone that is like watching that you're not aware of what the heck is going on, um, basically what these guys are saying here, or what um, Paul Hadfield said. Um, so let's say that um, I create all this table, all this information, and so on and so forth, and I didn't include the not null primary key in there. Okay. Um, it might work for the database creation that I'm currently working on. I might work perfectly fine with what I got. But if I had to transition the database into like something new completely kind of thing, like new format, whatnot, you know, like this guy's talking about SQLite, you know. Um, so let's say we're taking the data from a MySQL database and we're transferring all of it over to a SQLite database, for example. Okay. Not saying that that's common, um, but you never know. Okay. Um, so um, if I didn't have the not null on there and I moved it over to the uh, new SQLite database, then suddenly my primary keys could now start having null values, which would pretty much destroy um, my you know connections to foreign keys and like I wouldn't have those kind of connections anymore. Um, so yeah. Um, so let's not have that happen. Okay. Hmm, they did something interesting here. They initially did PK for the int value, and then they guess maybe renamed it there. Hmm. Interesting. Um, hmm, hmm. I mean, is it better for the system to generate the constraint, or is it, just um, I would figure that, creating, you know, row after row after row, and sequential numbering would be good enough. But I mean, is there is having the system created better overall? I don't see why that would make any sense. Um, let's see. Hmm. Auto increment. That's something new. Hmm. Let's see. SQL auto increment. What do we got for that? Argument allows a unique number to be generated automatically when a new record is inserted into a table. Often this is a primary key field that we would like to be credited automatically every time a new record is inserted. Okay. Um, going to be augment primary key field in the persons table. Okay. Um, let's see. By default, the starting value for auto increment is 1 and will increment by 1 for each new record. To let the auto increment sequence start with another value, use this following SQL statement. Okay. Hmm. Um, MS SQL Server uses the identity keyword to perform an auto-increment feature. Starting value for identity is 1. It will increment by 1 for each new record. Okay. Syntax for access. Oh my gosh. There really should be a standard for this. Syntax for Oracle. Hmm. Okay, interesting. Um, I really don't want to. Um, I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to deal with this code. I mean, so especially for all these tables. I mean, I will if I absolutely have to, but I'd prefer if I didn't have to. um, but maybe I should um, add these values in. Put these in a little bit so that I mean, granted, um, the database that I'm using right now is MySQL, so um, but maybe I should do something that um, kind of follows the other tables. So yeah, let me try to do it this way. Um, so this is for MySQL. Um, so auto increment. Let's see. So we're going to take that, and we're going to kind of replace all these. Actually, let's do it this way. Replace. We'll do that. Place that. Place that. All right. Um, so replace. 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 Oh, damn it. I botched it. I put the comma in. Oh, we'll have to fix that a little bit. We'll do that after. Actually, we can do that. We can stop that. So, okay. Skip, 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 skip. Replace. place. Alright, now we're gonna look at this again. So then remove all that. Replace. Okay. Okay, we can skip these. Okay, we're all done. Nice. Alright. So that's MySQL. Let's go ahead and put in little tidbits of code here, that we can easily like comment out. So it's not like I'm um, gonna be using this over and over and over again, but um, or I want to make it available so that um, if for some reason we have to switch on over to like a different database or something like that, we can just easily, take the code and change it over. So, um, so, hmm, I don't know if this is like the correct way of going about doing that in particular, um, but obviously, there's if for some reason the database does switch over to a different style, different architecture for the most part, then obviously there's going to need to be some changes anyway. There's going to be some issues um, with that initial transition, creation, so on and so forth. So, um, okay, and then we have this auto increment. This access. Okay. Um, so with this in mind, let's go on down here. And then we'll just do quick copies kind of thing. So I mean, the only thing that we really needed to change was the primary key ID. So am I putting more work into this than what I probably should? Yeah, probably. But I'm trying to cover all my bases here, so I don't want to cause myself some undue hardship later down the line if I can help it. That's all. Now, obviously, um, if we do come upon a point where this website will kind of transition out of WordPress, for example, um, then um, if we get like an actual database manager and so on and so forth, get our own servers, so on and so forth, um, then obviously, we're gonna need to um, then all this might be kind of um, might be pretty much unnecessary, seeing that um, you know we're looking at a possibility of someone like taking over the database responsibilities and um, getting to a point where um, I don't necessarily need to worry about maintaining a database myself if it comes to that point. So um, so we'll see what happens. But I like to kind of um, cover any potential difficulties I might have. So better to be prepared than not. Now this might be a little over preparedness, but like I said, I don't know much about database management here, so you're gonna have to kind of cut me some amount of slack on this. If you are a database manager and you're looking at this and going, no, 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 Jim, just stop, then let me know. But for now, we're just gonna kind of use what we got here. Okay. I don't know if there's going to be any more um, arguments to foreign key that I really need. I mean, the auto increment is um, a nice addition, so I don't have to worry about it somehow. Um, I was figuring that the database itself would kind of handle it, but I guess the auto increment is, something that I should probably be doing. So, um, injection. Um, Code injection technique that might destroy your database. SQL injection is one of the most common web hacking techniques. And the placement for malicious code and SQL statements usually occurs when you ask the user input. So username gives you a SQL statement that you will unknowingly run in your database. The following example, which creates a select statement by adding a variable to a select string. The variable is fetched from the user input. Um, SQL injection based on one-to-one is always true. Um, hmm, Hmm. Okay, interesting. To protect the website from SQL ingestion, you can use SQL parameters. SQL parameters are values that are added to a SQL query at execution time in a controlled manner. Hmm. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I know that this is a risk. I just didn't really know how to go about trying to stop it from happening. So, let's see. Hmm, date functions, advanced functions. Let's see. Hmm, okay. Don't think there's really anything else here that I can think of for like the primary key. I don't know if I really need to. Um, I don't think I really need to worry about the primary key that much anymore. Now it's just a matter of the values um, that I should kind of look out for here. Now, um, as I've kind of already gone over this a little bit, back in the um, giver table that I was initially making, um, I want to keep the character set to a point where it will allow for um, multiple types of characters, meaning um, so if this website gets to a point of being international, um, which I don't really know if it's their first. I mean, um, but I mean, I'm trying to make it so that it has the potential of being international if it really needs to be. Um, so um, the best websites are ones that can um, be ready to handle. Um, or no, I say that like I know what the hell I'm talking about. But um, you know, sites like Google, for example. Okay, it's simple and it spans, different nations. Okay, it's it's translated. The servers are available to handle any kind of, and the data coming in and so on and so forth. And um, so so while um, the um, so while right now it might seem like this site is more for um, the United States, seeing that that's where I'm from, um, I shouldn't be in the mindset that it will only reach people in the United States. Okay. Um, you know, uh, so if people from other countries might see it and might see it as something that they um, they might want to um, you know use themselves. Now, granted, you know, I don't have the site set up to handle different languages or anything along those lines right at this point in time, and uh, there won't be any real way for me to um, translate it, seeing that I only know English. So, you know, I would, at some point in time, I would like to learn. Um, I only know like maybe a couple words in Spanish, to be honest. Uh, but it's definitely not conversational. That's for sure. Um, but if the website does kind of start taking off a little bit, and I start getting people from other countries in there, then it'd be ideal to actually have indicators on how to change the website into the language of that particular country. Um, so, but obviously that's pretty much further down the line. Um, but um, you know, the I if I start getting people that are from, say, like Japan or China that want to add their information into the database, then I should have the character set able to handle that. So hence the reason why I'm using the charset UTF-8. I believe that's correct. Um, and they recommended, the varchar of 255 for the first and last name. Um, I don't know how, I don't know who would have a first name or last name that has 255 characters, but then again, um, there are some cultures um, that adds their last name based off of um, like their past history kind of thing. Like they add on their last name and it just continues to go that way based off of their culture. So, I mean, you never know. You never know. Um, email address, state. Um, again, state might not necessarily reference the um, United States. It might reference um, other states and other countries. So I just need to make sure that it's, you know, the character limit is good enough to kind of handle that. Same with the nation. Although, again, I don't know of any nation that has 255 characters. But um, but um, let's say for giggles, that one city in uh, Wales, I believe. Um, Wales city on name. Yeah, see, not 255 characters, but if this, you know, decides to become its own country or something like that, then you might, I might want to, you know, uh, be able to have a long enough field to handle it. That's all. Um, so, um, yeah, let's see. Um, we're going to have a password that is also charset UTF-8. Let's see. Let's go ahead and create another tab here. SQL password data type. Um, let's see. Hmm. Okay, interesting. Let me look at this. Um, hmm. Let's see. Hmm. Let's see. Again, I don't know if I'm going to be needing to store the passwords. Okay, um, username and password might be handled by the application being used by the site itself. So I might not need this. So looking this up might be a waste of time, but I should get to know it anyway, or should be able to um, look into it for my own purposes at the very least. So um, see. Let's see. Um, let's see. Okay. Hmm. Interesting. Not seeing anything here concerning the size of the um, yeah. Browse on this thread. Let's see. Let's see. Argon 2 on the 2015 password hashing competition script. Older algorithms that are considered less preferred now, but so if your platform doesn't support Argon 2 yet, it's okay to use another algorithm for now. They restore a password directly in a database, don't encrypt it either. Otherwise, if your site gets breached, the attacker gets the decryption key and so can obtain all passwords. Passwords must be hashed. Password hash has different properties that we use in ordinary graph hash, such as MD5. On a password hashing algorithm uses a salt, which is unique. Salt is necessary so that attackers can't just pre-calculate the hashes of common passwords with the salt they have. Start the calculation for every account. Password hacking algorithm is traditionally slow, as slow as you can afford. Hurts the attacker a lot more than you because the attacker has to try many different passwords, formations, secure hash passwords. Um, Transition to a new algorithm. Constant. Okay. And okay. Okay. Hmm. Okay, let's see. Hmm. see. You encode the hash in binary format. Bytes. Okay. Um, so is that suitable for hash passwords? Hey there, Detox. How you doing there, bud? Do you have a moment to talk about security? I mean, sure, if you want. I'm not the best when it comes to security, especially when it comes to um, programming it out, but I mean, I can still talk with you about it. Maybe I can point you in the right direction if if you need help, or if you're just saying, hey, Jim, you're the one that needs help with this. Yeah, I mean, I'm still getting this program all uh, taken care of, so how much did you learn? I mean, it depends on what you're referring to in terms of security. It could, um, are you talking about security in terms of the, website's username and password? Are you talking about security in terms of database management? Um, what um, most folks would just recommend books or CTFs. Also, like, did you learn about SLR or SEH? I have not. So, um, so like I said, uh, I'm not well versed when it comes to security. Um, so you probably know more than me at this point. Just the fact that I don't really know uh, either of those, unfortunately. So, I mean, do you have a specific question? I might be able to like maybe point you to a particular site, or again, I could basically say, hey, I don't know. I don't know the answer to it. So everyone knows what the race condition bug is. True. Well, at least anyone with uh, with some amount of understanding. I mean, not everybody does, but especially if you're like just starting out in programming, so or web programming or whatnot. So, for anyone that wants to know what he's talking about. So, so feel free to ask your question. I'll see what I can do on answering that, though, bud. But again, I might not know the answer, and if I don't, I'll let you know. Okay. Let's see. So, based off of the information that I'm kind of getting from this in particular, thinking maybe a character field of like maybe 100 will do, especially if it's using the hash. But again, like I said, I might not be needing to worry about the passwords, but um, I was just wondering if ASLR or SEH was taught in an assembly or compiler class. Um, I personally haven't heard of either one of those in particular. Here, hold on a second. Let me. Um, Address space layout randomization. Um, okay, and SEH is structured exception handling. Um, is there's like random things that come to mind if we're studying this stuff? Yeah, and maybe there are jokes. Well, okay. The when it comes to like exception handling, then obviously um, that okay. When it comes to assembly language, there isn't any kind of exception handling. Okay, so you shouldn't have to worry about that. Okay, or at least to my knowledge, there isn't any kind of exception handling to assembly language because you're dealing with a step above machine code. So, um, so if you're screwing up um, on your assembly language, then you got other problems. Um, there isn't any kind of, if I remember correctly from assembly language, there is no form of a try-catch block in assembly language, or at least I don't remember anything concerning that when I took assembly language. Uh, Exception. Now that might have changed. Um, you know, but it's not something that it would be along the lines of a standard like try catch block. But obviously there, as you can kind of see, there is some talk about, you know, um, trying to work around it, trying to figure out ways of handling a problem. So, um, so it might not be in a direct try catch block, but it might be, some other way of going about trying to handle that. Um, some other techniques on how to go about doing that. Now, I haven't really messed around with assembly language myself, other than the single class. But I mean, the fact that you have okay, um, you're gonna need to be able to kind of handle any kind of like input and memory management when it comes to when it comes to assembly language, and therefore, if you're causing a potential issue like that, like you're putting them information in the wrong addresses, then obviously that's going to cause major issues. in your computer. So you'll want to have, some form of checks to make sure that that doesn't happen. Hence, some amount of handling of it. Um, in terms of, ASLR, um, address space layout randomization, that could I can definitely see that as something that you can work on when it comes to assembly language. Um, the the concern that you'll have with this particular concept when it comes to assembly language, though, is making sure that um, that is indeed randomization, and you're not overwriting data that's already in that particular uh, address space. Um, you'll need to kind of um, make sure that you're kind of um, you're not overwriting any kind of memory. So, I mean, does that help? I don't know if that's something uh, that's something that you're curious about. Um, but again, when I took the my assembly language class, I did not cover either one of these, um, yeah, or not. It might have been touched upon in passing for the most part, but I don't remember it like in depth when I took my assembly language class back in college. So I'm not the expert when it comes to assembly language, but does this help you in some form? Um, this is what is taught as soon as you start a binary exploit course. I mean, when it comes to uh, when it comes to security, there are multiple different ways of trying to um, breach a program, a website, so on and so forth. So um, I mean there's a reason why there's a specific field specifically designed for security. And if you um, if you study all these security techniques and the like, then you'll definitely be um, an asset for whoever wants to kind of keep their data or programs safe. So um, the thing is that not every programmer is going to be um, knowledgeable in keeping these exploitations um, from happening. I mean, hell, I remember, uh, I went to this one job, and um, I worked, for this one company for a year, and they told me, hey, here's this, company's website. We need you to learn Cold Fusion for the, you know, we need you to learn Cold Fusion and, do upgrades and modifications to their web page so that you don't, you know, so we satisfy their needs as a client. So I was like, oh, okay. Um, and I found out that my predecessors that had worked on the site completely messed up the username and password. I could put in whatever username and password into that particular site, and it wasn't referencing the database whatsoever. So anyone could have had access to their uh, to our clients information pretty readily. So I was like, yeah, okay, we need to fix that. So um, then of course there's the you know um, injections into a database that could destroy a database or allow for um, information to be displayed um, to whoever's hacking into the database. So um, some places are some places can be really good, and that they've tried to um, protect their databases as much as they can to so it's not as easy. Uh, then there's others that um, have no clue when it comes to security whatsoever. Uh, I remember uh, I don't know. I'm interested in learning security. Well, I mean, keep on working towards it, man. I mean, have you taken any kind of classes or um, college courses or anything along those lines? Um, there was um uh, one famous uh, that I read before, and it was absolutely hilarious, you know. So um, this was obviously quite some time ago, um, but basically this guy was uh, looking for some supplies, or he was uh, there was a contractor kind of saying, hey, sign in with our company, and your products can be sold on our you know list of suppliers, so that governments can kind of uh, look into what you're selling and so on and so forth. Well, this particular guy, Alex here, he was like going, okay, that's interesting. So he checked out their main web page, you know, uh, their he checked out their username and password like he normally does, right? And um, when he put in the username and password into here, it got back, and the information came back like instantaneous. So he's like, wait a second, that's odd. Normally a database takes a little bit longer for that. So he looked in on the JavaScript on the page, and he found out that the username and the password were set values. It wasn't referencing the database whatsoever. So he actually saw the username and the password, and he was able to log in to their site because they didn't understand the fact that they need to keep the password and the username and the password in the database and references. So yeah. Um, so yeah. Not everybody understands the importance of security or knows how to go about doing it. So believe me, it is um, there's definitely a need out there for it. Um, Started a course, but just got the general idea. I had to work on the CTFs. Did watch some walkthrough videos. How about trading? Have you studied Elliott wave theory and the classic formulas for institutional strategies? I have not. Um, you're Again, my information when it comes to security is very limited, my friend. Uh, Wish I could help you out with that, but um, I really haven't really looked into a lot of that. So, I would definitely, you know, um, I definitely check it out. That's for sure. I don't mind. Let's see. Um, S2P, oh, okay. So it's just a matter of trading and the like. Yeah. Okay. Um. Okay. Yeah. I think. I didn't study this in particular when I took some. When I took economics back in the day, but we did cover a little bit more of this back, um, at my last job, but we didn't really cover it too much. Um, we kind of covered a little bit of the market trend, so um, I haven't like studied this in particular, but um, but I'm not like a day trader or anything along those lines. So I mean, if I was putting my money into the stock market, then obviously I would definitely do analyze the stock market a little bit more. Look at you know I'd have to be like constantly keeping an eye on the news to see um, you know uh, if there's any like breaking news and the like. So did you buy crypto? No, I did not. Um, I was I was kind of um, my I was a little worried about crypto to be honest because um, based off of my very limited understanding of it, um, it had no um, it didn't feel like it was tied to anything in particular. Um, it's just like basically air, kind of thing. It had no connection to any like companies. It had no connection to any kind of um, uh, products of any kind. It wasn't linked to any kind of metals. It was just there, and it it really kind of struck me as odd as to how um, crypto could be able to kind of maintain stock prices, like where you know who has like kind of direct control over the the crypto? You know, what does it fall down to, or does it fall on anything? It might not, you know. Um, so that's why I haven't really. Um, I would need to really kind of look in on it more, um, because I mean, uh, one of my friends recently got hit with a honeypot, you know, um, so I think it's called honeypot. They got hit with a honeypot scam, and um, and that's why it's like, that's why I'm kind of hesitant on kind of getting into crypto because there's nothing that it's really tied to. So that's all. Um, you have to be really careful when it comes to crypto. You know, invest in ones that are reliable. Don't put too much money into one unless you're absolutely certain that you're going to be able to get your money back from it. Um, I guess one suggestion that I might say is like maybe buy, like a share of crypto, try to sell it off, and then if it doesn't happen, then you know that it's not worth it. Maybe, I don't know. Um, but obviously, when it comes to crypto, you have to be a little careful on that. Uh, it it can be. I mean, um, one of the um, okay, when you're playing the stock market, and this includes crypto, okay, you are essentially gambling your money, okay. Um, Now, if you're smart and you know the system and you know what you're looking at, you can understand what you're looking at, then the game is a little bit easier for you to try to diverse a little bit. Okay, it's like playing poker for the first time. Okay, uh, if you've never played poker before, if you don't know the rules for it, you sit down at a poker table with um, other gamblers, you're gonna lose. There's no question about it. The house will win. Um, but if you know if you look at the rules, you figure out what you need to go about doing. You kind of practice a little bit at it. You try to look at other players uh, what other players do. You try to figure out the system a little bit better, then you might you might come out ahead at some point, maybe. Okay. Um, but one of the suggestions that I always give to anyone that does gambling, actual gambling, is um, set aside disposable income, and I mean disposable. If you're trying to play the stock market and you're you're already kind of strapped for cash, you're putting your life at risk on that. Um, so I I tend to recommend, disposable income, and it could be just like a buck or two or something like that if you really want to do that. Okay. Um, if you have like a buck or two that you can sacrifice to, stock market or gambling or something like that, then that's fine. If it's something that you're okay with, losing. Okay, because you have to be willing to lose that money. Okay. Um, and you put that into the gambling, into the stock market, into crypto, what have you, and you have to be prepared to lose it. Okay. If you're not prepared to lose it, then you shouldn't be investing or you shouldn't be gambling with it. Okay. Um, you have to be ready to lose that money. So, um, like, I remember one time, you know, um, I hit the blackjack tables, just for the hell of it. Okay. Um, and I, I wasn't a high roller. I didn't have any like huge amounts of money or anything along those lines. So, I decided I'll put like 50 bucks towards this gambling, towards blackjack. Okay. Went to the blackjack table, played it, you know, played until my 50 bucks were gone. And, I had, an interesting time, but obviously, um, I didn't come out ahead. So, and I kind of knew, I already knew the rules for it, but at the same time, there might have been other probabilities that I should have done a little bit more. I should have analyzed it a little bit more. I might have come out ahead a little bit better if I had studied that a little bit more. Maybe. But again, you know, you have to be prepared to lose, you have to be prepared to lose the money. So I lost the 50 bucks and I walked away. That's the thing. A lot of people that get into gambling or the stock market or crypto or something along those lines, they might invest more than what they have. And they may think to myself, um, the next round I'm going to be able to make some more. Um, this next card is going to be my big win. This next um, company deal is going to, you know, skyrocket the stock price, or something like those lines. Once you start thinking along those lines, and you start thinking, I gotta put in some more money. I gotta put in some more money. I gotta put in some more money. And suddenly your 50 bucks turns into 250, 500, 1,000, 10,000, who knows? Okay. Whatever. I mean, there's been people that have put credit cards, that have basically maxed out credit cards because they felt that they could get the next win. And now they're in debt, you know. So so you got to be careful. You got to be careful when it comes to those things. So um, know what you're getting into, you know, and be smart with your money. You know, um, if you're doing it for the short term, um, instantaneous rewards, then you better be ready for the short term losses. Okay. There's a lot of risk when it comes to short term. If you're doing it for the long term, that's low risk. But you better be willing to invest for something that might last 10, 20, 30 years. And if you want to do it that way, then um, there's a lot of um, stocks that is better for the long term than the short term. So, um, crypto I see as very short term. So I don't I don't see any long term for crypto. I could be completely wrong on that. Bear in mind. Okay. I don't know. Um, but I see it as a short term gain. Okay. You invest in it and um, you might get instantaneous positives, or you might lose everything. Like for example, my friend got hit with a honeypot, instantaneous loss, and unfortunately, he put a lot of money into that scam. So, um, yeah, uh, be you know be careful in what you work on when it comes to trading and the stock market, because, like you said, it's a gamble. Okay, so I'm probably gonna want to do like a varchar of 100 for the password. Again, like I mentioned before, um, receiver username password might be something handled by the WordPress application, so I might not necessarily need this particular uh, row entry, but um, but that's okay. Um, okay, we'll go ahead and add that in there. We'll keep the varchar small as well on that one. Okay. There we go. PCE. I don't know what you're referencing there. Or are you just saying peace? Okay. I think we are done on. I think we're done with the receiver user. I don't necessarily need to worry too much about the foreign keys because that's been handled in the other um, tables. Um, we're good with the primary key. We're okay with all the other information here. Okay, let's see. So I think we are good with that. Here, actually, hold on. Not done. Done. Okay, so we'll go ahead and grab that. So we're going to go ahead and close that down for now. Now, let's see, receiver info manager. We have a lot of foreign keys in there, but I mean, I don't necessarily need any extra data concerning the info manager. So I think we can go ahead and think we're done with that. I think there's anything I absolutely need for the foreign keys on that. I don't know if there's anything I need to add for that. So we should be good there. Here, let me go ahead and move that down there. You know what? I'm gonna go close that. I don't really need that right at the moment. We're not gonna be getting into the we're not gonna be getting into the um, admin site right at the moment. Oh, you did their detox. You take care of yourself. I'll catch you next time if you come on back. Okay. Let's see. Um, okay. So, receiver info manager is dealing with all the information contained within each of these tables and like. So it's meant to kind of store the information for the user. Now, um, GoFundMe here is going to need to be a little bit different here because we're um, let's see, we have reference to the the manager that's going to be kind of controlling this, um, and to the car loan table as well, um, referencing um, the data within the car loans. So um, now the managers itself don't really need any information in there because the car loan manager um, has the um, has the varchars and the like um, associated with that. Um, so I don't think there's really anything that I really need to do too much with the managers per se. Um, but we're doing the car, you know, like the GoFundMe manager, the car loan manager, and so on and so forth to handle the more than one um, for the website in particular. So hmm, I'll just worry about that a little bit later. All right. wish I could have helped out Detox a little bit more. But he was talking about information that I'm not fully aware of. Not something that you know I wouldn't mind learning some of that. But um, I mean that's one of the things about programming in general. Okay. Um, you know, database design, security, front end, back end, um, assembly language, machine language. I mean, each one of those could be their own separate careers. So, um, you could take a lifetime trying to analyze and work um, on each one of those particular topics. And even then, you might not know everything about it. Um, so, um, that's one of the things. It's like, I've covered some amount of information, but in my computer science career, but I mean, I'm not going to admit that I know everything. So, because I don't, there's just too much out there. Um, I would need, like a matrix hookup to try to learn everything, to learn it quickly like that. Um, but um, it's in you know uh, it one of the things was that um, when I was going to college, security wasn't something that was really um, there was no real college course, if I remember correctly, for security, or at least not one that I had a chance to take. So, I mean, obviously there's some topics that could be um, referenced or talked about in certain regards, such as exception handling. Um, but you know, uh, trying to actually exploit um, programs or web pages or something like that isn't exactly something that your typical U.S. college course was um, talking about. So, you know, one of the one of the websites that I learned on a job. Um, it's been a while um, since I researched it though. Can't really remember the name of it. Uh, Site security. Um, let's see. Common um, and fixes. Let's see. there was a website out there that talked about all the um, talked about how to kind of handle um, that talked about different ways of fixing um, secure web security issues and like. I just can't remember what it was. Um, um, let's see. Let's see. Um, I really wish I remembered that particular website because I remember um, on my and when I worked at that one job for with Cold Fusion, um, the client mentioned the fact that their database was prone to attacks, and I'm like, okay, you know, but I didn't know how to go about fixing it. I didn't know how to go about trying to um, uh, preventing database hacking. So um, website for database um, security protection. Um, can't remember the name of it. That's the problem. Um, I forget. I don't remember the name of it. I really wish I did now. It would definitely be helpful right about now, especially if I continue working on the database on this, I could really use that website to prevent hackers from causing causing problems. Like again, um, as I mentioned before, I don't necessarily want to store um, any like major sensitive information, but at the same time, I mean, if they can find out, you know, emails and the like, then um, uh, then yeah, I mean, that could be a problem, because then they can kind of use those emails, sell off the email addresses and stuff like that to get some money themselves. So, um, let's see. Website protection standards. Um, hmm. Is OWASP the site in question? It didn't look familiar, but then again, it's been a while since um, it's been a while since I've been to that site, so it could be OWASP. I mean, this might actually be it. So, um, let's see. Maybe. I don't know. Um, Web security testing guide. Um, hmm. Let's see. This might be the site. Hmm. Again, it's been a while since I've had to use it, so maybe this is something that I should keep an eye out on. So um, let me go ahead and kind of make it a little note of it. Um, Website security. Check out loss.org. Alright, but going a little off track. Okay. So we are going to be continuing on here. Again, I don't think we need to worry too much about the managers. I think they are pretty much done now that we've gotten the foreign and the primary key already taken care of now. So, um, we're not storing any additional information in these managers. So, I think we're just going to go ahead and kind of wrap these up for the most part. We don't necessarily need to worry about them. So, close all these down. Okay. Okay. Now that we've taken care of those, like I said, I don't think we really need these managers, so we can just go ahead and um, move them down into the done section. We've already done as much as we can for them. Now it's just a matter of getting the rest of the information done on these. Um, so primary key stays the same. There's not going to be any kind of change on primary key or anything along those lines. We've already kind of set all the data, not null, auto increment, and the like on those. So now we're going to need to kind of look in on the um, additional data that could potentially be there. The web page and small note. So, um, okay, so um, let's see, website link data type. Um, um, let's see. Of course, if you need indexing or uniqueness, go for varchar since text cannot be indexed that easily. Okay. Lowest common denominator or max URL length among popular web browsers is 2083. Oof. Um, let's see. Let's see. Um, hmm. Don't bother with varchar. Just use text. Hmm. Let's see. Since you don't really know the maximum length of the URLs in question, I just go direct to text. The danger with this, of course, is loss of efficiency due to bulbs being far slower than a simple string data type like varchar. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Okay, this really depends on your use case, see below, but storing the text has performance issues, which could um, which might cause problems in a search, and a huge varchar sounds like overkill in most cases. True. Um, Use a generous but not unreasonably large varchar length, such as varchar 500 or so, and encourage the users who need a larger URL to use a URL shortener such as safe mn. Twitter approach for a really nice UI UX, part of an automatic URL shortener for overly long URLs, and store the display version of the link and snippet of the URL with ellipses at the end. Uh, Obviously, the Twitter approach is nicer, but for my app's needs, recommending URL shorteners was sufficient. Shorteners had their drawbacks, such as security concerns. In my case, it was not a huge risk because URLs are not public and not heavily used. However, this obviously won't work for everyone. Appears to block a lot of spam and phishing URLs, but I would still recommend caution. Be sure to note that you shouldn't force your users to use a URL shortener. In most cases, this for my app's needs, 500 characters is totally sufficient. Most users will be using it for um, hmm, okay. Let's see. Hmm. Hmm. Better browsers, but IE7 has a 2083 character limit for HTTP GET operations. Um, hmm. Okay. Okay. So text potentially has performance issues, and of course we have varchar with a huge amount of information space. So, and that um, could be a problem, but see. Um, hmm. But here's the thing. Um, we might need to go for text for the note. Then again, maybe not. Um, I did mention the fact that I want to have them have a small note. So, I could just do something along the lines of just, have them limited to 2,000 characters for the note. So, um, let me make sure that yeah, we're talking about a small note here. So, um, if the person um, has more than 2,000 characters to talk about a particular problem, then I hope that they would have um, more on the web page in particular, or some additional information there. Otherwise, um, I'm probably just gonna have to cap it at the 2,000 and be done with it. So um, now in this particular case, um, they might not need and they might not want to write a note, but they're definitely going to need a website address. So okay, so we're gonna go to each one of these website entries here and put in the same amount, same number. Um, okay. Oh, oh, that one. Let's see. Web page. Let's see. Home loans. Um, that might be the web page as well, so we're gonna go ahead and put that down. Car lender page, web page, web page, page. That one. Profit. Other. Okay. So took care of that. Okay. Copy that. And put this down for all these web pages here. Okay. Hmm. Now, for employment, they're pointing down a web, they want, web link, but they might not have a link to a particular web page. So instead of not null, we'll just put null here because they might not have one. You know, um, for employment, they might be, say, like a plumber, for example. Mm, where would their be and where would their website be? you know, so they might not have one unless they like link their like LinkedIn profile or something along those lines. So okay, okay. Yeah, we're definitely going to need to have them as not null for the home loans, the car loans, hospital bills. Um, definitely need to kind of keep those, you know, as not null. We need that information from the user, from the creator, or from the receiver. Charity info, we're gonna need their website. Nonprofit, same thing on that. And other info. Okay, so um, for other, it might be um, I would have hmm, I would see that as potentially a problem. Um, in that you know if it's not fitting in any of the other categories, then um, what are they going to be kind of talking about or pointing at or something along those lines? What you know would they have a web link concerning their particular issue? What to say? I might be missing some information here for my other category. Um, so I would see that as something that they might not necessarily put any information in, but then again, um, I mean, what else would they be able to kind of put in though? Or what information would they be able to kind of convey to a giver, for example? What's kind of covered there, you know? Um, hmm, think I'm probably gonna need to kind of keep this for like a null. Um, I mean, I'm not 100%. I'm not entirely sold on this though. Um, on the web page potentially being a null because I mean I'm only leaving a small note in an email otherwise, and I'm gonna need or mm, do we want them to include their email as well on that one? Oh yeah, yeah. Decisions, decisions, decisions. What do I want to include on that? What could potentially be included on that? Hmm. Okay, let's head on back up here. We're gonna change all of our notes that we have to the 2000. Okay. Hmm. Note, 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 note. Okay. Save that real quick. I need to go use the restroom here, folks, so I shall return in just a second, okay? So, be back. Okay, here we go. Alright, sorry about that, folks. Okay, so we got the 2000 set for the small notes. Um, and the way I had it set up up here were that they could have it, set to null, meaning that they don't necessarily need the notes um, for these particular websites and like now. Um, Now it would be kind of silly for them not to include notes in this, um, because otherwise, uh, why would anyone want to go to a particular person's PayPal account, for no apparent reason? You know, they're gonna want to have some kind of information here. Is like, why is it that, you know, why are you putting your PayPal account down? What's the purpose of it? You know, so same with the employment. I mean, they could uh, they could surely, not put in a note or anything along those lines, but you know, a note might sway one person's view on a particular person from one way or another. You know, this 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 particular point right here might be a icebreaker. So yeah. Um, so while it might not be necessary or required, I'd probably be putting like, you know, points down like, while this might not be required, we do recommend putting notes down, so that the givers know why they should, donate to this particular charity or whatnot, you know, and what is it about this particular nonprofit that they should um, look into, that kind of thing. So, um, hmm, the email domains it might not always be filled in, so okay. Let's go up here. Okay, so we are done with GoFundMe, so we can close that one out. We are done with the Patreon, so we can close that one out. Done with YouTube, so we can close that one out. Go ahead and mark these accordingly. Let's see, Twitch info. It's good. Okay, if they want sponsorship, then they're gonna need to provide a email address. If they're looking for someone to kind of sponsor them, then they're gonna need to provide an email address for that. A way for the sponsor to kind of contact them. Um, Obviously, they'll want to have like um, the web page on um, you know kind of showing why sponsors should sponsor them. So, like for example, hey, I'm building my own web page, for example. So, I'm gonna want to show, um, I would want, a sponsor to kind of look at this, as a potential, to something, something to finance, for example, and therefore, you know, um, but at the same time, I don't have the particular address set for this. So that's the reason why I have um, that's the reason why up here for sponsorship, I have the email. So, um, so if a giver feels that their particular web link is um, something that they can kind of agree on, or something that they're willing to support, then the email is going to be kind of required. Unless the other side of things is maybe their website has a business email. They they might they might want to go kind of more with that. So, should I allow for null on that one or not? Hmm, maybe I should put it in the. Maybe I should kind of leave it to the receiver themselves. See if it's something that would they prefer the web link itself to be the container of information on contact information, or do they want to use an email on that? Probably should let that be more of a potential null. You know, they're definitely going to need to provide a web page. Otherwise, why would any um, sponsor someone with just a small note and an email address? What are they sponsoring? Um, so I mean, at least I would find it very difficult for a sponsor to be like looking through all the potential sponsors, and they see someone that types a note out saying, I could use a sponsor, here's my email address. That doesn't give the sponsor any information as to why they should be sponsored. You know, um, if they were saying something like, "Hey, you know, um, I drink Monster drinks all the time. Please sponsor me." Okay, sponsor you for what though? You know, what are you contributing? They're, they want you know, uh, sponsorships wants advertisements. Basically, um, you know, the like for example, um, if I wasn't doing these streams or anything along those lines, for example, okay, and I just said, hey, I'm a fan of Pepsi. Pepsi sponsor me. What are they going to get out of it? They're not going to get any increase in revenue. They're going to actually lose money by trying to sponsor me because I'm not promoting their product. Now, if I was promoting the product, not that I really have the viewership to promote a product, but um, if I say had you know thousands of viewers per se, just kind of watching my content, um, then they might actually consider it. Probably not though. Not Pepsi anyway. Um, but some companies might, because um, it might be some extra income coming from that. Okay. Um, like a small gaming company might be like, hey, we want to sell off this new game. We'll give you a free, we'll give you a free code for this game, but you just need to play it on during the stream. You know, that's happened before as well. So, um, so the um, the sponsor would need something more than just a small note and email address. So they would need something to understand what are they, where would they be getting their money back from? So, you know, um, is it going to be like a Twitch stream? Is it going to be, a YouTuber? Is it going to be like a race car driver? Could be that, you know. Could be um, could be like a golfer or football player or something. Who knows? Okay. Um, so that's um, so I mean they need to have something that they can get a return on their investment. And a website is something that I can is the only thing that I can think of concerning that. So now if there's something here that anyone feels that I should probably expand on, like maybe um, there's like maybe a particular topic under sponsorship that I should add or something along those lines, or any one of these particular categories, for example, if there's something that you feel I should probably include, then please let me know. I, you know, I'm, I'm doing my best to try to incorporate as many ideas as I possibly can into this webpage to kind of handle this philanthropy, I can't pronounce it right at the moment. Um, to allow for, givers to give to receivers, you know. But I can't cover everything that is out there, hence the reason why, I have other, because there's some things that I might not be aware of. Like for example, I didn't even include um, student loans. Probably should, actually. But then again, um, maybe student loan debt is going to be completely removed. Who knows? Um, we'll see what the United States government does. But at the same time, um, maybe another country has a college that also does student loans. Not every country does like free universities. Quite a few do, but not all of them. So, um, so yeah. Okay. I think we're done here for the most part. So I think we can close that one down. We are done with Venmo. We are done with Cash App. Done with PayPal. Employment isn't done, so let's go ahead and take all these. We are done with them for now. Again, if there's some information that you, the viewer, is seeing that I should probably include on this, then let me know. I welcome any constructive feedback. So, okay, employment. Got the primary key done. We got the city done. Relocation. Um, we're only gonna need like a couple of digits for that. I feel. Um, as I kind of mentioned before, under relocation, um, it's not just a yes or no. It could have multiple options. But we don't need to save the text in there. We could have it like as as like maybe a checkbox. But how am I gonna kind of store that though? Hmm. Should probably use something like maybe an integer or medium int or something like that. I use like prime numbers to um, come up with different um, different values of the check marks. Hmm. So for example, um, say we have, yes, yes, no, maybe, um, um, yes, if relocation payment for which Well, actually, that's probably not going to happen, to be honest. Every single place that I've ever heard about has always said, we reimburse you based off of based off the move. I've never actually heard of anyone saying, "Hey, we'll send we'll send our own personal uh, moving trucks for you to move to the our location." Um, or at least I've never heard of it. Doesn't mean that it can't really happen. Or at least I don't think so. But at the same time, I don't know. But I'm just kind of showing you, the possibilities. What could potentially be added into that particular slot. So, um, like for example, for me, um, it would be kind of difficult for me to move to the other side of the United States, for example, right at this moment in time. So, um, uh, that's something that um, should be kind of uh, that I would have to be kind of careful, on those lines when it comes to like relocation. Uh, at least for me. Um, you know, if they don't pay for anything like um, up front, then I would have to um, I probably would have to like go to that particular um, location, uh, try to rent someplace out, you know, right then and there, and then try to move my stuff out there, when I have time. Once after I get my like first paycheck or something like that, then I'd, be able to kind of do that or something along those lines. Just as a an example. Um, so, um, so yeah, I don't know. Mm, uh-oh. What's going on here? Okay, so um, remote only. Um, um, yeah, relocation assistance needed. Um, um, let's see. What else could I put on, under relocation that might apply? Hmm. Let's see. Let's see. SQL data types. Um, let's see. 1 to 64 might do. Um, tiny int might be better because um, if I'm gonna do um, like a um, allow for like a combination of these, then I would need to do something like 1, 3, which could potentially add up to 4. Um, 5, um, 7, and then like 11. I gotta be careful with that though, because you know, uh, 1, 3, and 7 is adds up to 11, for example. So, um, although why someone would check off yes, no, and remote only is odd, but uh, but yeah, if someone saw someone actually saying yes, no, and remote only, that would be quite an interesting process there. So, um, Can't do 10. Can't do 11. 12. Can't do 12. Can't do 13. Let's see. I might be able to do 14. I don't really see any kind of combinations that we can do to do a 14. So I might only need, like a byte or a bit, I should say, of information for the relocation here. So um, hmm. Are these the defaults and therefore I need to change the size? Hmm. Let's see. SQL bit. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Okay, so you do need to put in the value on that. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Hmm. Okay. Is 1 to 64 the value that you can actually put in center there? So therefore that's the amount of bits that you can kind of see. As discussed, this count can range from 1 to 64. Default count is 1. So yeah, pretty much. Okay, yeah. That will allow for me to kind of um, that might allow for me to um, set the bytes based off of whether or not someone actually toggles a value or not. So, so for example, um, I might not necessarily need the the digits themselves. You know, the uh, it could be just as simple as a like a on-off toggle. So it could be 0 0 0 0 1 uh, 0 0 0 1 0 0 0 1 0 0 0 1 0 0 0 and then 1 0 0 0 0. Or then you know or a combination of them. So like if you wanted yes and no, you could do um, you know that. Or if you want all of them together, if you clicked off, tallied on all of them, you could just kind of do something along those lines. But you understand what I'm getting at there. We can use one byte, one bit location for you know toggling the values based off of the um, what's there. And obviously, I'm going to need to kind of set it based off of how many potential results we have. So right now, it could be just 5. So, um, so let me make a little note of it here. Current options are yes, no, maybe, remote only, and relocation assistance needed. Okay. Okay, so CSV is gonna need to store a file, so how do I store that? Oh wait, I don't need to save this right at the moment. Close that. Okay. SQL storage of a CSV file. Um, uh, and machine learning. Let's see. Hmm. 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 This doesn't seem like it's um, hmm. Um, let's see. To blob or not to blob. The conclusion after a large number of performance tests and analysis is this. If your pictures or document is typically below 256K in size, storing them in a database for a binary column is more efficient. Pictures or document are typically over 1 megabyte in size. Efficient. They're still under control and part of the database. Hmm. Um, not store the employee row in the employee table. Keep them in a separate table. That way the employee table can stay lean and mean and very efficient, assuming you don't always need to select the employee photo as part of your queries. Interesting. Okay. Um, uh, Large data structures right from the beginning, or add an additional file group later. Let's call it large data. Didn't need that popping up. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Um, let's see. Data type or PDF. Let's see. I open PDF and structure like this. And banner format. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. On blob data type. Um, easier to access. Hmm. Okay. See. Okay. Well, apparently that's not around anymore. 10-year-old article, yeah, it makes sense why certain links aren't available anymore. Um, um, using blob example. Let's see. Binary large objects is can be a graphical image, PDF document, is a file, or any wide range of data types, which can generally be saved to a SQL Server database. Hmm. Okay. Let's see, an example, I'm saving a JPEG by using OpenRoset to save the single blob. Each column has a suggested name for the image file used later with PowerShell example. Let's see. Okay, that doesn't really mean much so far. Okay, okay, there we go. That's what I'm kind of looking for a little bit more. Interesting. They just kind of listed as blob. I wonder. Um, let's see what we got here. Hmm. They're not really showing any particular examples of it per se. Hmm. Well, I'm gonna have to close on down here there, folks. So, um, come to the end of my stream. We'll have to continue this again next time. We're getting close to the end of what I want to do for um, for the database. Hopefully everything kind of works out properly, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Um, we'll have to kind of see next time around. Save this information. Now, um, the we're going to finish off the database next week. Then we're going to get back into constructing the rest of the web page. Um, I'm not 100% certain. Um, I'm a little worried about like trying to show the build process on this because I don't necessarily want to give um, someone an idea as to how to break into the system. um, but then again, if they really wanted to, they can, any, most hackers can. So, um, or at least, very weak securities. So, um, but you never know. Um, we'll have to kind of, we'll have to see when we get there. But for now, that's where we're going to go ahead and close it. Um, you know, the uh, I have a stream team available for anyone that is interested. Check out my link down below for the application. Submit your application. Check out the Google Doc concerning information about what the stream team is all about. Um, and I will review your application and send you a response, on whether or not you're in or not. Um, if you agree with everything that's on the Google Doc concerning the team, then most likely he'll be in. Um, but I'm looking for anyone that is willing to kind of help out on the team. Uh, so, um, so that's streamers and non-streamers alike. So feel free to check that out if you like. I also have, um, all these videos, all these streams are eventually uploaded to my YouTube channel. So feel free to check that out if you like. Got a link down below for that. I also have links to my Discord, my Patreon, and my Twitter account down below on my Twitch about page, as well as in the description of my YouTube videos. So feel free to check those out if you like. Um, I have a schedule of everything I do on this channel down below. The coding streams that I did yesterday, these finish what I started streams today, and all the other gaming days that I have. That's all available to you down below on my Twitch about page, as well as what times I stream, which is daily from 2 to 6 p.m. PST. So feel free to check that out if you like. Um, stop on by, next stream, say hi in the chat if you want, or don't. It's perfectly fine if you just want to lurk. Either way is perfectly fine. So thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully I'll catch you next time. But until then, take care, have a good night, stay healthy, stay safe, and I'll catch you strangers next time.